All right. Hey, Katara. Can you guess that character, Katara? Katara, can you? Can you do it? What? I've been live for 2 seconds. Thank you for the raid, I guess. And thank you for the follow. Hey, you know what? This is a great time for someone to show me that. Oh my god! That was so loud. It's a great time to show me that my alerts are in the wrong place, actually. Iconic. Thank you for all the follows. Hey, Fizz. Oh my god, so many followers. Thank you. What is happening? Really? Are you serious? Okay, I've been live for 2 Guys, I'm way too tired for you to be doing this. Nice 4-minute stream, I know. Well, thanks for the raid. Hold on, give me a second. Boom. What was I talking about? Katara, did you notice this character? Chaotic Kitty threw us your way? Oh, so that's the person who did it. What a gremlin. That was sweet of them. Chaotic Kitty, if you're here, thank you. 22, right? Yeah. This is 22. I'm doing a an animation with 22, and I have 8 frames to line, so I thought let's do this streaming. So what were y'all doing before you raided my stream? I just recommended this stream, okay, hold on. Moth, that's really hard to say actually. Moth was the one who actually raided. Thank you, Moth. What were you doing in your stream beforehand? Was art fighting? Ah, so we have more art fighters. Why am I frosty? What does that mean? Ooh, that makes me really want a slushie. That word. Yep, I was art fighting. Ooh. I am too. Because 'tis the season. I've been doing pretty much animations for all my art fight things. Your PNG. Oh yeah. Oh, you're right. You're right. I forgot. I'm craving a red icy. That sounds so good. What flavor are the red ones? Chaotic Kitty recommended I raid over here. Well, awesome. Glad you're here. Feel free. My art fight account is McKean Twins, so same username, just an art fight. If anybody wants to follow me or attack me to trade art. I have a very important question, McKean Twin. Not my full name, McKean Twins Art. What's your question? What's a raid? Oh, raid on Twitch is when someone ends their stream and sends their viewers to someone else on Twitch. Sorry, Fizz, you're on YouTube. Attack them, they have so many characters. Who, Moth or me? What's your opinion on... What is that word? I don't know what that is. 0. I have no opinion. I don't know what that is. It looks similar to the word omelet because it has an E and 2 T's at the end and another E. And I want an omelet. And I'm hungry. I can't spell. Y'all are joshing me. Y'all are being silly. Y'all are being goofy. Y'all are using words. Words that I can't pronounce. I've drawn your characters before for the Toy House world, but it's been a while since I've been online in the server. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen you pop up. Your word of the day. Thank you. When I finish streaming in a few hours, I will immediately forget about the word. So it's the word of the stream because I don't have the attention. What, memory capacity? Whatever it is. Oh, Katie's sprite is here with us, like her little Discord sprite in the corner next to me, but she isn't here. Well, she's in call with me, but she's deafened, so here. So there's no confusion, I'll just get rid of her. It's like a medieval French deprivation jail. Okay, I'm glad I rated it 0. Filled with rats. It's a You guys, you can't give me big things to read. Deep dungeon accessible only through a trapdoor in the ceiling, deriving from the French verb. I'm not gonna read that. To forget. These claustrophobic medieval chambers were designed so that prisons could be thrown inside and permanently forgotten. Permanently forgotten. You guys. You guys. First you raid my stream. Deprive them of sight. I like that they do that to be that it's like permanently forgotten. It's like, but you could have just also not let them starve to death in a deep dungeon. Maybe perhaps. Oh, if anyone's curious, I'm doing this animation for the 𝘰𝘏 meme. I know y'all can't. It's not moving right now. I'm lining one frame, but I know y'all can't see the big picture, but I know what it is. No, because you know what I think I consider funny? Oh, God, I can't speak. You know what I consider right now better and more fun than saying that word? Not saying that word for you. Yeah. I think I've decided. You say this originated from France, right? Yeah. I'm working on an attack of a character with a lot of little accessories. Good, Zim. Change the topic. A lot of little accessories. It's so much more fun to draw those on someone else's character. You're so true. The silliest phrase is doot doot. It's become a vocal stem for me. I think that's the right phrasing. That's cute. Sorry to raid and run, but I gotta get some rests. Hope your stream goes well though. Thank you. You don't have to stick around if you don't want to. I completely get it. Especially if you need sleep. So go get some good sleep. It is kind of actually nice to get rated on Twitch, because usually I don't raid anybody because I don't really know anybody except my brother, but he's not usually live when I end streams, but I also just never think about it. They've got candy bracelets and silly bands on their tail. Aww. Doot is something you shout when you are full of the 𝘕𝘠s. When the 𝘕𝘠s can't be contained, actually. 𝘕𝘠 bands era. I still have all my 𝘕𝘠 bands. I don't know where they are, but like I have tons of them and I love them and I'm never getting rid of them. It's 𝘕𝘠 bands and squinkies. I don't know if anybody else knows what those are, but not me proving that I'm a 2000s girl. I've never even thought about the tail being another appendage for bracelets. Much to think about. So many doors were open today for Zim. Consider maybe even hats for tails. Yeah. The little face at the end of a tail, put a hat on it. If someone wants to art fight me, doing a character design, by the way, they can just send it to my like Toy House profile for all my characters. And if you want to design me a character, someone designed me a character that is a character, but they have a tail that has a face with a hat. Thank you. I loved squinkies. Ugh, me. I know. It's amazing. I have a toy from 10 years ago that has yet to be identified for me. Identified. Tails do have a lot of accessory potential. I draw the line of hats on the tail. Ooh. No. We must. I gotta put you on my list. I want to design OCs for people. That's so cute. Oh, remind me at the end of stream to go through the people that have sent in attacks. Remind me to do that, because if you're someone who sent me an attack and I don't comment on it, it's just, I promise you I've seen it. I just hate commenting. I'm literally terrible. At the end of like, once I'm like done working on all like my attacks to catch up, I will be going back through and like commenting. So far it's been like people in my stream who've attacked me, so I've been telling them it's awesome and amazing in stream. I know Dolly's not here, but Dolly did an attack for me with Aurora and I love it so much. Wolfie did an attack, so Wolfie, Dolly, if you're in the void somewhere, just know. But monster tails deserve to feel pretty too. Let them accessorize. We need freedom for tail hats. But snakes are basically all tail. Are you saying they can't wear hats? No, I think no. If tails need freedom, so do snakes. Because if they're all tail, snakes deserve freedom. And then also tails deserve to wear hats, so snakes can wear hats. So, yeah. That's so real, Chrissy. I'm so bad at commenting, but I adore every single attack I receive so much. Yeah, it's just like, I feel bad because like it's just sitting in the void waiting for me to respond. And I'm just like, which do you want me to do more? Get quicker on my attacks so that I attack you back, or you want me to sit there and be like, ah, you know what, I like give like a response for a comment that's like, oh my god, this is so good, da, da, da. And it's just like, let me breathe. Because like I already have a lot of, I don't want to say anxiety, but brain pressure to finish all my attacks, and just adding commenting on top of that is like my 𝘬𝑗 reason why. Like it's too much. If snakes were all tails, snake skulls wouldn't be a thing. Oh, I didn't even think about that. And I will get to commenting on every single one. I'm just slow. Yeah, me too. I've just been like showing all of them to Katie and then not commenting on them. Like, unless you're in my, you know, stream and you submit something, then I will like tell you, oh my gosh, I love it. I have yet to receive art where I'm like, this is disgusting. I don't think that'll ever. Tails are for carrying capacity. Like, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I do love a big tail on a character. If Yummy and Gummy are anything to say for that, of my characters. They have many tails. No, Yummy has one tail. And then Gummy has, like, 5. Right? Also, I just realized it the other day. Y'all know my character Yummy and Gummy. If you don't, that's fine. They're like slime characters. I'm pretty sure I'm making them slime axolotls because that's what they look like. If my microphone's peaking, by the way, let me know. But Gummy and Yummy are siblings. Gummy is blue and male, and Yummy is pink and female. And I sat there and I thought about it, and I was like, that's weird that I named the blue one Gummy and then the pink one Yummy. No, I guess mint gum is blue. I don't know. I was just like, Yummy is perfectly like, well, not perfectly, but she can like look like kind of a bubblegum pink. But Yummy just fits her better. Yummy doesn't fit Gummy. Gummy fits Gummy. Like really thick tails, like a cuddleable. That's a hard word to say. Yeah. I do like big tails on characters. It's cute. Where it like completely dwarfs their body. It's adorable. Where they're like really ooh, you know what'd be really cute? If you had like a squirrel OC. Had like the biggest tail ever and she was just teeny tiny. Adorable. I attacked somebody and I found out they apparently pick out only the best attacks to fight back against. So glad I didn't put much effort into it. Well, I can see that if they get like too many attacks, it's like physically impossible to respond to them all. But I wouldn't be basing it off best drawings. I don't know. I get it. Maybe I would be in favor of certain people's styles I like, because I really like some people who follow me. Like, I really like Dolly's style, and I like Wolfie is iconic. Wolfie draws fast, and I think it's like such cute ideas that Wolfie does. Alex is also iconic. I just haven't gotten to attacking Alex yet. Katara, I always love. I always get so mad at Katara in my head. And Katara is like, what? Because she's so talented. And I want her to draw more. I need to attack back, so that's why we're doing it. I'm just glad I get any attacks, honestly. I'm the person who actually screams IRL at the top of my lungs for almost every attack. I don't know if they were finished setting up before though, fair enough. I still haven't uploaded that little scene. Katara. I do know that because I've been on my Artfight page and I didn't see it on there. Yeah. I get so happy when I receive attacks like OMG. It's so fun. I appreciate all the attacks I get, but to be honest, I'm just a little disappointed with the first one I got this year. Yeah, I remember this conversation. With Cassie. Katara put her cat on Artfight, and someone like drew over, I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, Katara, but someone like drew over the image to draw Cassie. And while I do understand Katara is like, that's kind of not, Katara's like, that's not what I meant. Like, if you want a drawing of your pet, you want them to like actually draw it in their style and stuff like that. I think for me personally, if I added one of my guinea pigs on an art fight, I don't think I'd be too annoyed with getting that. It was just a blurry draw over. Yeah, I get it. It's like one of those like you're not like mad about, but it's just like, come on. It's like if you're gonna draw it, do it. Do it right. I go crazy for any attacks. I get my friend make a cookie of my OC and it was so cute. Aww. I'm hoping that after I finish my mass attack of like 20 characters, wow, that's a lot of characters, somebody will attack back because I cherry picked some and maybe I'm putting Zomblin, I don't know what that is. I've seen people complaining about people not attacking back, that it's probably the worst yet. Man, I'm making it a goal to attack back with everyone who's attacking me. They didn't even do any of her stripes, not to sound unappreciated. No, I get it, Katara. It's just, it's like a coulda, woulda, shoulda moment, you know? It's like, it's nice to have someone wanting to like click and draw Cassie, but it's like if you're gonna do it, like do it, you know? It's like, don't just, I think I have on my Artfight page being like, if you're gonna attack, like I know if you're going to just not put all your effort in. I'm like, I'm not looking for super skilled, crazy, complex artists or art. I'm just looking back for something that I know you put a lot of effort into, and it's very clear that that person didn't put a lot of effort into it. So it's like, it's nice to have someone attacking you, but when it's like that, it's like, come on. Come on. Hey Alex, welcome. Alex, I was talking about you. I was talking about your art style and I liked it. All good things. Is it crazy that I don't care much about revenges, like receiving them either? Like, I'm also just never gonna be able to revenge everything I receive, so I don't expect people to revenge me either. I think that's fair. It's just like, cool. I don't expect people to revenge me back, to be honest. I'm also not going out of my way to pick specific... Okay, let me rephrase this. I did, before Artfight happened, I did make a list of characters I wanted to attack, of artists that I liked, that were like my friends that haven't gotten like art from me or new people that I just enjoy, or people who just followed me. So I chose characters I wanted to draw, not because I felt like I had to attack those people or give them revenges. So I'm not really going out of my way to be like, I really want this artist to attack me back, you know? I really want couple art of 𝘂𝘠 and Cole. There's still time. See, I specifically chose not to draw 𝘂𝘠 because I knew in my brain, my artist brain, I would overcomplicate it and it would take me the rest of Artfight. So I was like, let me not choose 𝘂𝘠 for once and draw one of Katara's other characters. Sorry. I know I need to draw 𝘂𝘠 and I chickened out and I didn't. I think me and Katie talked about this. This is 22, one of Katara's characters. He's like a little alien puppy, little alien doggy. And I think we've determined that while every aspect of him is here, it doesn't quite look like him. So maybe once I color it, it'll feel a little bit better, but... Oh, did I tell y'all about the attack I got on Dino? It's so funny. Dino as in my dragon character, yeah. The way my brain went, Dino, dinosaur, dragon. I was like, no, he's a dragon. I named Dino. No, yeah, Chrissy, that is something you did. That is. Oh, I also need to tell y'all about Oreo, my guinea pig. I'll tell you all about Oreo first. So July 13th was Katara's birthday. Happy late birthday, Katara. I wished you happy birthday on Discord though. That's mainly why I also wanted to get this Artfight attack done, because I was like, Katara's birthday, no. But on July 13th, Oreo had to go into the vet, and we all know Chrissy's unstable when any of her little babies go into the vet. It's just something that happens, and I will sit there the whole day worried. And Oreo, for some reason, this is his second time going to the vet, for some reason his little back guinea pig teeth get overgrown and he likes to chew. Katie's over there. Do you need something? Just wait on okay. Oreo likes to chew on the cages because Sprite is in a separate cage and then Wooly's in a separate cage. So Oreo likes to chew on the cages and stuff to just get excess energy out because he's like rumble strutting around them and being all bratty. And he likes to chew on the bars, and what would happen is he would get stuck. His teeth would hook around the bar, and then he would panic and flail himself around, and I would have to go over and hold him completely still and just get him to relax enough to, like, get his tooth unstuck. This isn't a normal thing that happens. It shouldn't be happening. Guinea pig's teeth shouldn't be that long to get hooked onto the cage. So I knew, I was like, okay, this happened before. We took him and got his teeth trimmed. So we just need to get his teeth trimmed again. So I called last week sometime around, and I was like, hey, I have a guinea pig here. You've had it before. His name's Oreo. I need his teeth trimmed. And they were like, hey, we don't have an appointment until next week on Monday. And I thought, you're kidding me. So I had to wait a whole week with a guinea pig, and I ended up blocking Sprite and Woolie's cage off from him so he wouldn't just chew on the bars, and he was upset. Be back later. I'll wait for you, Alex. He was so upset. He was so upset that he couldn't see Woolie or Sprite. And it was just to prevent him from biting on the cages and stuff. And also that is he was slowly kind of getting more panicked. I could tell. Because, first of all, when he gets stuck on the cages, his mind doesn't register that his tooth is stuck on the cage. His mind registers that the cage reached out and grabbed him and now he's suddenly stuck. I'm not even kidding you. So he's mainly in his hidey majority of the time. He's even skittish from me, which Oreo usually is naturally kind of paranoid. But this was like very paranoid. So now we are at Wednesday. He got his teeth trimmed on Monday when we took him to the vet. I went in at... Oreo sounds like a ball of stress. He is. He is a ball of stress. I took him in at 7:30 and I dropped him off. They did the procedure. The doctor called me and he was like, yeah, those back teeth were like really long. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you. I have 2 other guinea pigs. I give them all the same amount of food. I give them the same amount of chews to chew on. This one he just gives me all sorts of problems. And he was like, fair enough. I've seen you here in the vet before. I understand. He's like, I don't think it's anything that you're doing. I think it's a genetic thing. And I'm like, sick. And when I tell you that last time I took him in to get his teeth trimmed, when I tell you it was $500. And last time I thought, because he had an impaction, this might be a little TMI and you probably don't want to know about this much about male guinea pigs, but male guinea pigs, when they poop, they have like a little part on their behind where they can't quite clear out, so it gets dirty. And then I don't know what's happening there. If that happens, it kind of gets a little icky. And he has like poop stuck to his butt. It's not cute. And I didn't notice it. Oreo is a completely black guinea pig except white on parts of his face. And he doesn't like to be picked up. And when I clean their cages now, I don't pick them up. I'll just clean their cages and like move them a little bit. So I didn't notice. And I was out dog sitting when Katie and I got a call from a doctor saying that that's what happened. And first of all, I felt terrible for like weeks because I was like, I can't believe I didn't notice that. And that was the first time, and I thought, oh, it's not going to be as expensive because last time there was that impaction and he doesn't have that anymore because I've been checking all of my boys religiously. And I thought, there's no way it's going to be just as much. Sure enough. And first of all, let me just completely clarify. I will be completely honest. I don't pay $500. My dad does. My dad bought these guinea pigs for me. He houses them for me. And he is very kind to do that. Still, $500? Crazy. Not my money. I don't feel great for having someone to spend $500 on my guinea pig for something I couldn't control. The impaction, absolutely, I could have controlled. I could have seen that. Something that's genetic, where a teeth is overgrown, makes me feel terrible. Literally, truly, honestly. And it was $500 again, and I told my dad, I go, Dad, I got that in cash. I go, I can pay for it. And he's like, no. He goes, you don't have to pay for it. You don't have to. I was like, okay. Like, even if I physically gave him the cash and was like, take the money, he wouldn't. So, next time I told my dad, I was like, if this happens again, God forbid it does, I'm going to call around and see if there's any better prices, because you know what the annoying part on it is, because I really love the doctor that works there. I hate all of the nurses, or whatever you want to call them. They're so rude. They always mean mug me. I don't like any of them. You will sit there in the friggin' room to wait, and they will just not address you. And then when you do get back there, last time it was a 30-minute wait just for them to take my guinea pig and be like, okay, bye. And for a procedure, I know darn well only took that doctor 40 minutes, maybe. 40 minutes tops. The actual procedure. And you're gonna take $500? Ma'am. Ma'am. I'm sorry. Hello, this is my first year doing Artfight. Any tips for a newbie? Let me think about that, because I was just ranting about my guinea pig. Welcome to the stream. Any tips? I'd say if it's your first year, just focus on doing things that you want to do. Don't focus on big quantity of drawings. Don't focus on doing specific goals that you want to do. I would just participate. You know, draw characters you want to draw. If you want to do Revenges Back, do Revenges Back. Just like kind of feel the lay of the land. That's kind of what I'm doing this year, where this is my second year participating, but this is my first year participating with like an active community. The most important rule rule to follow is to have fun. That's true. I've gotten a lot done, most all traditional, because my computer was broken. But you know what? I love traditional art. Traditional art is a gem. It's a hidden beauty. This year, I submitted way more characters, and I was just like, submit as many characters as I feel like I have time for, and then see how it goes. See if people attack, and which, lucky for me, I have a community that loves me and loves my art. So it didn't take long for people to attack my profile. This is, I think, my third proper year technically. I joined in 2022, but had salmonella all month. Oh. That's rough. I guess I should throw this out there. If people who aren't in the McKean Twins Discord, that should be linked below in the descriptions, or if you are not, I guess if you're new, we do I mainly do hold Discord events in the Discord, and I'm gonna be doing more of them, but they're kind of like Artfight adjacent. Like, they're kind of similar to stuff you do on Artfight, so if you want to participate in stuff that is similar to Artfight more often, I do hold those in the Discord. So just gonna throw that out there. Oh, also, don't worry about the points or what teams win or any of that stuff. It's an art gifting game above all else, and it's supposed to be fun. That's so true. I think people forget that while the attack the attack part, you guys, not me embarrassing myself live. I think people forget that the attack part is gifting other people art, and you don't have to be expecting stuff back. While it's nice and fun, sometimes the best thing to do is just find a character you like and draw it because you like it. No, what we're not gonna do is repeat attack part in my chat. What we're not gonna do is do that. What we're not gonna do. Y'all are embarrassing me. Y'all are dumb. I think it's just, it's really like a double-edged sword when with attacks and expecting revenges back, because no, actually I take that back. Take it back. What I was going to say was sometimes people just put a lot of energy and time into stuff. Like I was gonna say animation, for example, but I'm doing animation and I've done animations for, I know, 𝘏𝘂 and 𝘬𝘓, and I really like 𝘏𝘂 and 𝘬𝘓, and if they don't want to tag me back, they really don't have to. You know? That's just my opinion. If someone were to text me and be like, yo, Chrissy, I sent you some art that was really important to me, and I spent a lot of time on it, and I really wish that you would have attacked me back, I would so understand it. You know? I would be like, you know what, that's so fair. Let me draw you something, you know? That's exactly how I do it. I find random characters that inspire me and draw them because it's fun. And also, you know what I don't want people doing? Going on my profile, seeing that I attacked them and they're like, okay, it's time to revenge them back. Going on my profile and seeing none of my characters that they connect with and trying to draw my characters anyway. It's like, I don't want you to sit there and draw my characters if you don't connect with them. Because for some of the people that I have attacked back, I told, like 𝘏𝘂, for example, I told 𝘏𝘂, I was like, I'll be honest, I went to your profile picture, I connected with checkers and shadows, and those are the two characters I've connected with. I was like, there isn't like a lot that I've been connecting with, so I was like, I'm thinking about the next one as being lucky, but like just flat out, like, if you're not vibing with a character, you're not vibing with a character that day. I don't even vibe with all my characters every day, you know? So I wouldn't want someone to sit there and force themselves to do a revenge just because I feel like that's like the correct thing to do. I don't know. Have you ever seen an attack with point farming? I don't think I know what that is.
Is 𝘏𝘂 running around?
Why? Well, Katie usually just leaves her door open. She usually 𝘏𝘂 usually just doesn't walk down during the day. I refuse to believe point farming exists, only it's like eligible sketches starting early, or the artist clearly did not pay attention to the character and permission. Some people just draw fast or don't want to do big fancy art pieces all the time. I guess, yeah, I mean, if you mean point farming as in people are drawing really sloppy sketches of a bunch of characters, I think intention is very important. I think recognizing intention and skill level is the most important. I just don't like super low effort stuff. Like if you like, let's say, look at my screen. Like, guys, come on. If this was boom, Chrissy art. We know that that's not like this low effort. We know that Chrissy could draw better than this, you know? Like, as a standard for Chrissy, this is not the Chrissy art. And if I were to submit this to someone's character and they're like, hey, Chrissy, you didn't put all effort into that, it's kind of clear, you know what I mean? Point farming is basically they draw your character and just copy and paste it over and over to get more character slots. I still don't think I understand what you mean. Do you mean like literally copy and paste the drawing, or just draw a bunch of like the same drawing? It should never feel like an obligation to draw a character. The whole point is to draw characters you like seeing. Agreed. Unless the said character is a stick man, it's not very in. Yeah, exactly. Both. I also really hate the rule that they implemented where you can't use 𝘰𝘭 drawings, like even if they're ones that you made. And it's so frustrating because if anybody knows my 𝘰𝘭 drawings or commission stuff, it's I claim them as 𝘰𝘭 stuff, but I'm redrawing your whole character over the thing. I'm not reusing any assets. I'm drawing your character again and just using my base as the reference. And it's so frustrating because I wanted to do some fun animation 𝘰𝘭s to have some more examples in my shop, and I know a lot of people like some of the stuff on my art shop, and I can't draw that because Artfight's like, pee pee poo poo, you can't do this. And I'm like, Artfight, come on, Artfight. But you can, if the thing is I would be more lenient on this rule if not for the fact that Artfight allows you, before Artfight begins, to thumbnail animations. Why is 𝘰𝘭 drawings not an example of thumbnails? Why is that not thumbnailing your art? Tell me, Artfight, tell me. Come on. I want to see a stick man mass attack. Wound, thank you. Wound popped in just to say that. Wound, do it. Yeah, like, why can't we draw the same idea with different characters basically from the base? Like, come on. Come on. Also, the thing about point attacks is that they put wrong settings, I think. Oh yeah, people do that a lot. I've been putting the wrong point settings, but I've been putting lower because I didn't know quite exactly how it works, and Katie told me, so. Oh my gosh. Ooh. I love seeing your 𝘰𝘭s. I'm so sorry if I'm coughing a lot. I have no water and I'm talking. I love seeing your 𝘰𝘭s. That rule made me so sad for you and Katie. Girl. I know. Girl, as in everybody, I say girl, sorry. I shouldn't say that. I was not very happy. I understand that because I think about the settings. I put way too much. See, I do that too. I think I draw a headshot full shaded and I will put that there and I'm like, is it? Is it? Chrissy and Kate's white sages are the best. Thank you, Fizz. I'm gonna have more up once McQueen is up, so be looking forward to that. Just found a character I want to draw because I like the colors, but I'm struggling to choose a pose. Katara, poses seem to always be the... And I feel that. Poses are the first struggle. I don't know, do I have any poses ideas? I don't think I have any poses ideas. You could do like stretching. I think that's all I got for you. Also, I swear I saw a character trace from an AI image the other day and reported it because, ooh, yeah, that's definitely not allowed. It's my first year and it's meh right now because I have to do the mass attack and I'm at the 4th character only. You know, I started a mass attack with 8 characters and then I put down the idea of one that has like 20. The one that has 8 characters, we'll see if I get it done. I'm just not quite as interested in it as I am the single character animations. I just feel like I can connect better with the characters when it's one in their own video, and I get it done faster, of course, because it's one character and not, you know, as many animations. So I started a mass attack. If I don't finish it, I can see myself finishing it outside of Artfight, so. Fun fact, I could technically do the squishy chibi as attacks because I have drawn them so much I've memorized how I do them and wouldn't need the base anymore since I stopped using that a while ago anyways. That's funny. Kiara Kitty, I like your little squishy chibi. If I'm remembering correctly what that is. It disgusts me because I see people trace AI images to seem more legit all the time, and I've had some of my art be used in them too, and it's awful. That's terrible, Fizz. Your art is so good too. And like, it's so obvious that you put a lot of like time and care into your art. That's like why I like a lot of your art. Pose ideas. Think of the character's personality. A lazy character might slump over while a sassy character might put a hand on their hip, etc. The good old hand and hip pose. I'm mainly doing it because I want to try out backgrounds. I almost never do them. It's pretty hard. That's also a reason why I started my mass attack, and I specifically did different backgrounds in mind, so I definitely get that energy. I feel it. Also, maybe give him a little prop. Props are always good in poses. It was the chibis with the really big eyes. Okay. Yeah. I think I remember. Cassie, let me get another mat off. Oh, little old Cassie Cass. I check Pinterest on poses. Pinterest is... We love Pinterest when it's not shoving AI things in my face. But I'm pretty sure there's a filter now that just turns it off, so that's great. Yeah, like I design clothes and stuff for a dress-up site, and then people have used those items in AI images not super often, but still sucks. That is trash. I don't like those people that do that. Leave Fizz alone. Oh my god, y'all are actually typing way too fast for my thing to come up. She's a wolf sea dragon character with a like fin on her back. Huh. Does she have a wolf sea dragon? I was gonna say, does she have like a mermaid tail? I don't know. I use Pinterest for really simple references too. Pinterest is questionable. It's questionable, but so is everything. So is Google. You know what I mean? I've been so distracted this art fight, but I'm going to do my best to make at least one drawing for both Kate and Chrissy. Fizz, your art is so amazing. You don't have to, but I will literally appreciate it so much. Try not to do it on like the 31st of July because I will feel really bad. If art fight ends and you just attack me and I'll be like, no, I missed it. I tried to find the colored glass. Man, drawing and keeping up with chat is hard. You guys talk a lot, and so do I. I tried to find the colored glass thing and only AI most of the time. It's sad. I don't know what colored glass thing you're talking about, but I do hate when AI pops up every single time I search anything. It's annoying. Pinterest is such a time hole for me though. I'll go for references and suddenly I'm looking at 𝘲𝘁 ship art. That's iconic. I don't know what that is, but I too get lost in fandoms that pop up. Sometimes it's not even fandoms I'm interested in. It's just pretty art. Y'all, I'm on the 2nd frame and I still haven't finished lining it. How long has it been? It's been an hour. Okay, can I like move? Ugh, and there's no way to move like chat on my screen when I'm drawing. That's so frustrating. She's talking. I am talking. Okay, if I miss somebody's chat, I'm sorry. Usually like chat's slow enough and I'm not as focused and I can read everybody's chat, but if I don't read your chat, I'm sorry. My sports anime Pinterest board is flourishing. Why do I like completely understand that energy? I have a Pinterest board that's just like things I like. And sometimes I'll put art that's shaded certain ways that I really like, or just art styles that are so pretty. I talk too much, so it's because of me, isn't it? No, no. My shoulder hurts. I have over 100k pins saved. It's like my mind palace. I love that. I call it my mindscape. My little brain. My little artist brain. You know what I really want to do? I really want to get back into writing about my characters, and I haven't done that in so long, and I truly think it's because internet and social media stuff is rotting my brain, and the dopamine hit of constantly scrolling and filling your brain with that instant gratification makes me not want to draw and not want to sit there and write. And that's so sad. Like, that's sad. That's also, in my personal opinion, pathetic of me. You know, like, I should have a little more self-control. I'm a grown woman. Come on. I have like 2-year-old photos in my Pinterest saved things because I don't bother to group them. I so get that, Chrissy. I'm trying to avoid short form content. Same. And It used to be where I was younger and I would sit and I would watch my little Minecraft YouTubers, and you know what? They would sit there and do like practically nothing except play the game, and it was super simple. And nowadays it's like, that's so boring. I don't know how I was able to just sit there and watch that. And it's like, because you weren't immediately hit with just brain rot. And it's like, don't be stupid, Chrissy. I've been absolutely demolished by shorts. My brain is mush. Same. I wish there was an easy way to fix it. I don't know. If there's anything that has actually really helped me in focusing, it's, I'm gonna say this wrong, like Pomodoro, here, let me, they're written like this, I think. They're timers for study sessions where it's like the videos could be like an hour and then it's an interval of like 25 minutes of studying and then 5 minutes of like break time, and then they'll kind of change. Like some versions of them will be like 50 minutes with 10-minute breaks or 30 minutes with 15-minute breaks. And if you just search that and then timer, you'll find a lot of examples of those, and I use those when I know I want to lock in. When I want to lock in, but my brain is like, you need to scroll. And I'm like, how about we do this? We work for a little bit, and then you can sit there and piddle on your phone for like 5 minutes and like check emails, check stuff at this time. Okay? I'm like, how about we do that? Because then you're still allotting yourself some time. And then majority of the times what happened is I would sit there and I would get into my work and 30 minutes would pass, and then like the 5-minute break would come up and I would be like, I don't actually want to touch my phone. I get distracted right now because I'm drawing for like 1 hour and then just check stream for 20 minutes or any video. Yeah. I've just found that those like little timers help me, where it's kind of taking the initiative away on my part to just start, because the video is telling me, hey, you're starting. So I don't have to sit there and be like, force myself to start. It's like, oh, hey, we're doing this now. Plus they have cute music. I love the Animal Crossing ones. Someone does one with Snoopy and it's like the cutest thing I've ever seen. By the way, if anyone wants to know, Oreo's doing great after having his teeth trimmed. My neurodivergent brain is so hard to work with. Can I just say something? People say like, you know what? I truly don't know what that means. Like, I know it's a type of like way people think and function, like how like having ADD is just the people's brains are wired differently. I personally, like, I don't think I've ever been like, I need to know what category my brain fits in. Like, if anyone can speak on that, like they have some history with that, I guess Fizz, you don't necessarily have to say anything, but I don't know. I don't even know how to ask. I don't know. Welcome back, Alex. The one thing that helped me is that I could just try doing the thing for 5 minutes. If it doesn't work, I can give up. And if it does work, I keep going. Yeah. Yeah, basically my brain is wired differently. I had to find out because I was really struggling. See, what my brain gets confused when people are like, yeah, I'm neurodivergent, or I struggle with ADD, or I struggle with OCD, or something like this. I'm like, because my brain is like, well, we all have our like different, you know, little functions to overcome, and things that we struggle with on focusing or reading or doing work in general. I'm like, I'm just genuinely curious if could you not find personal ways of coping? What about having a category that, like, being identified with ADD, ADHD, OCD, or like neurodivergent, like what about that helps? Because I'm not, I don't fit under any of those categories as far as I know. And I've never, like, felt the need to get tested because I don't know. Whenever I function badly, I just take it personally. You know? So I got diagnosed with ADHD and autism because I have a lot of trouble remembering and focusing. The way I was about to go girl me. And, sorry. I don't want to say haha me too, because I feel that seems very insensitive in my mind, where someone's like, where the other person's like, I'm having such a bad day, and then the other person's like, well, my day. It's like, that's not, you know, not, okay, you know what I mean. Anyway, I have a lot of trouble remembering and focusing, and a lot of sensory issues and trouble interacting with people to the point it really hinders my life. Okay. I can see why that would be frustrating. Most of it is accommodations. If you're diagnosed with it in schools will sometimes grant accommodations. I do know that. That's true. And having a proper diagnosis is how I got special study arrangements for school. Okay, I see. I would have had to drop out otherwise. So then that's a good example of actually needing that diagnosis. Okay, so I'm technically neurodivergent with a dysgraphia, and I write stuff backwards, and sometimes words get mixed around. I did know that about Alex. I did know, because you always spell Katie's name wrong, and I actually really love it. I'm so sorry for the dog barking in the background. Also, there are more resources for help if they know what you're struggling with. No, don't worry, it's funny. I have poo brain, and I just leave it to that, you know? I just diagnose myself with I'm dumb and I move on, you know? For some people with higher needs, a diagnosis is helpful for identifying with accommodations they need, and by explaining that to a teacher and explaining that I was not, in fact, doing it for funsies. Can you imagine? Sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but that's kind of funny. It made me fix my grade because he thought it was just me being silly. Well, then, and it was in fact you not being silly. I'm not legally diagnosed yet, but that's just because it's a pain in my area. Yeah. Pee-pee poo-poo brain for real. Yeah. Like, I can't read. I think I have medium support needs, like I can't stay on top of housework or finances, so I can't live alone, and diagnosis have really helped me accept that. Okay, this reading thing with me needs to stop. I need to stop being so bad. I think truly it's because I'm on stream. I'm usually not this bad at reading. I had an IPP, individual something plan. I'm not diagnosed, but they knew I was different. They knew I was different. Sorry, the I knew I was different is giving this statement of like, you don't know my girlfriend, she goes to another school. You know what I mean? Like that it girl factor. And I'm like, Katara was diagnosed with it girl. She's the it girl. I am getting diagnosed, sorted for ADHD and likely autism, but I'm definitely ADHD. I forget to eat and get easily dysregulated and overwhelmed. Okay, we're just I'm just reading everybody's diagnosis. This is interesting though. I like learning about you guys. I'm getting a potential diagnosis for autism. It was diagnosed with ADHD at 5. I got that time blindness, Katara says. I don't have time blindness. Well, no, I don't have time blindness because I feel like when I have something scheduled at times, I'm only ever looking at the time. I focus it on too much sometimes. A diagnosis or classifications of neurodivergent people above all else is a validation that something is different with their brain. It's not just something they do for funsies or on purpose. I hear that. I recognize that in you guys. I think because it pops up so much. You know what I mean? It used to be that people with ADHD or they were neurodivergent or with autism, it used to be very few people, and while the loudest people in the room are not usually the majority of people, we definitely hear a lot on the internet about neurodivergent people and people with autism way more, and those people are, you know, we're in an era that those people are being raised up so we can hear their stories. And I feel like I see a lot of people in the community that are autistic, neurodivergent, or categorized as anything, and I'm just curious to know how so many people are recognizing that they function differently, and what crosses the boundary of recognizing that you function differently, and enough so that you need to like get a diagnosis. Because genuinely, for me, I don't feel that I am dysfunctional to a point where I need a diagnosis for something. That's just me. Now for Alex's thing, where Alex was like, hey, I just struggle with reading and writing, and my brain actually just legitimately does this. I get it. You know? And as for me, I struggle on focusing just because I feel like I have a lack of willpower. So I don't understand the capacity in which I'd function not quite normal, where I need a diagnosis, because I don't have that. You know? Okay, where did I leave off in chat? Alex, OMG, some teachers were genuinely so evil when you don't have a doctor's note to prove things. Some teachers. It's just like, for stuff that I did in school where I was like, I genuinely didn't mean to do this, and like in full tears, they would be like, show me proof. I'm like, I'm sitting here crying. Like, I feel like if I had a diagnosis for something and the teacher was like, prove it, and I was sat there like unable to, if I didn't have a doctor's note, I would be freaking out. It took me months to make an appointment for it, and then I forgot to make a follow-up appointment, so who knows when I make a phone call to go back. Can I just say that is a very, like, what, like ADHD or ADD thing coded to make an appointment and then forget to make a follow-up appointment. If I have an appointment that is the whole day, I'm in wait mode. Me. That was me when Oreo went into the vet. This is so random. Is anyone left-handed by any chance? I'm definitely not left-handed. Fizz is ambidextrous. Yeah, in the past, neurodivergent people were just abused and locked in asylums, like out of sight, out of mind. Now we have voices and options. This is true. I implore you, use your voices. I mean, it's similar to being queer, always been plenty, just severely oppressed or thrown aside. I will make a comment on that I feel like many people have joked about, like, being queer is, like, the new straight. You know what I mean? Like, there are so many people who identify with it that it's, like, so... It's almost overwhelming at this point. Tara in chat, everyone's gay. That kills me, that sends me. I'm so glad we now have, like, support systems and stuff. OMG, I have horrible examples of horrible school nurses? That sounds terrible. I think the reason so many people can recognize it now is because there's more education on it, and understanding what's up can be genuinely cathartic experience. Yeah. Tara flirts. She's ambidextrous, you guys. That's why Katara is pansexual, is because she's ambidextrous. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna keep making jokes. She can use both hands. I don't know, I think y'all in a lot of the people in my, fellas, we found the connection. We did it. I feel like my microphone's peaking. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. I feel like a lot of people in the little community we have, I hate to say that I have, because while me and Katie, y'all are on my Twitch and my YouTube, and we have, like, the Discord that me and Katie own, I don't really like saying my community because I do nothing. I literally do nothing for this. I feel like a lot of you guys just are so completely different than me and Katie. And that's not a bad thing at all. I think that's a great thing. So I like listening. The school nurse accused me of making my coughing once when I came in. Oh, faking. You mean faking. When I came in feeling like absolute dog water, as I think you put it. Like coughing to the point of not being able to breathe type thing. That's crazy. I had to look away from my computer in shock horror. Upset stomach and a horrid headache. And if you know, you know. I have bad breath. You know what? Me too. Me too. Iconic. Sometimes I forget. Sometimes we all do. You know what? We all do. Well, she accused me of dramatizing my cough. That's rude. Actually, I say me too because I genuinely forgot to brush my teeth this morning. I got up, ate a muffin, and then I was like, and that's it. Turns out I had a severe flu, and later that night I had to go to the emergency room and almost got put on an IV. That's crazy. That's crazy. Art connects all different types of people. Y'all are cute. Sheila, welcome to the stream. Hi, hello. I assume. Yeah. We're just chatting. Okay, now I can keep drawing. Now that our conversation isn't so serious. Oh, can I also just do, I also do want to make a point on the topic of getting diagnosed, not me specifically, just you guys, like diagnosed, or people who have been diagnosed with like autism or ADHD or like other things in that spectrum or category. I also just don't trust any medical professional. You know what I mean? So even if I think I did struggle with something like that, I would be like, ew, doctors. You know, I'd be like, ew. No thank you, actually. What are you doing? I'm drawing and excuse me, so sorry. I'm lining frames for an Artfight attack. So if you're participating in Artfight, my Artfight account is linked below. I want to know another horrible school staff story, Chrissy. I mean, I guess. I don't love hearing that these things happen to you, but I mean, it is pretty. You know what? If these things happen to you, you have a right to like talk about it and like kiki and haha about it. I have so much distrust for medical professionals too. Honestly, I've been treated badly so many times. And this, you know what, this might just be like a bad stereotype, or maybe not the case in every situation, or not the remedy for all diagnosis of different things, but I also just, I wouldn't want to be diagnosed and then not giving actual coping skills and like put on like maybe like some pills or medications, you know what I mean? If I'm, let's say, I don't know if I can come up with a good example enough to explain that, where it's like, I don't know, like if I was struggling with something on a function of day-to-day basis, I'm like, what actions can I do to fix this part, you know? Because I know for stuff with like eating disorders, wow, GLP-1s or medication can certainly be very helpful. That's not something you want to take long term, and you need to, you know, fix what's in your brain and recognize the problem you have with food. You know what I mean? Like, it's because I don't want to necessarily say that that's similar for like autism or neurodivergent people, because I don't want to say like the way you function is wrong. That's not true. I'm just like, what's the end goal? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like there's so many people that are like, I'm neurodivergent and I'm diagnosed with that. That helps me. I'm like, so what are the things that I guess make you different, and something that maybe doctors, therapy, society, maybe things from yourself or others that you needed help with. If that makes sense. Okay, I actually have two. Okay, I'll do these chronologically. That's so funny. I was just handed my diagnosis and booted. That's what I fear. You know what I mean? I fear that happens to too many people. And that's unhelpful in the notice of being diagnosed and then having nowhere else to go, you know? I, as a trans man, was trying to get access to the gender-neutral locker room for the second year in a row, and this year, my counselor had told me I had to do the name change form, even though I know for a fact I hadn't needed to, and told her this. I was right. She told me later I was right. Almost got me outed, so I turned one in, and it got beat. I'm assuming you mean eat up. You're beat up by my dog. So I get my reluctant mom to turn in another, and the school counselor accused me of fraud. She said I did my mother's signature. That, come on, it's like truly, if you're going through the whole process of trying to have your name changed on the form, it's like, why would you do that? You know what I mean? You're already going through the whole process. It's like, and it doesn't, at that point, it doesn't even matter if in that moment that person advocates for trans people or not. It's like, this is a function in the school that where you work has determined that this is going to be put in place. Why are you making it more difficult? It's like, it doesn't matter. You're just being dumb. And what made it worse is one of my friends had just blown up at me and called me a horrible friend and person. So I was being insulted by someone I cared about, and my counselor was accusing me of a literal crime. That's literally terrible. And on top of all that, she didn't ask my mom first. She knew I was closest at the time, too. The way I almost said girl. Sorry, man. Yeah, that sucks. That's just dumb. They're choosing to be difficult. Okay, Cruzan got attacked. I will get the rest of you soon. That's hilarious. Hold on, let me make sure I didn't. The Finnish healthcare system. I always forget you're Finnish. The Finnish healthcare system is so obsessed with pills, and I'm like already like 10 different necessary pills, and they keep shoving more at me, and I don't want any more. No. See, that is also my fear, where if I can solve something first with therapy and being aware of my actions, then I would absolutely want that choice over taking pills, because I know in America they will like look at you and just throw medication at you because they want to charge you, and they want you to spend that money, and it's like, hold on. It's like, can we actually talk about this in depth? Why we're doing this? What's this about? What is this going to fix? And you know, sometimes the first pill isn't even the right one. Isn't that crazy? Like, you have to keep testing and seeing which ones work with you. It's just such a whole process. So after that, I told her she could call my mom, and my mom will tell you she signed that dang paper. Yes, I always want to try something other than pills first, but they sometimes don't even give me the options until I try pills. I fear at some point, like, we're gonna have so many diagnoses that are unneeded. Not saying that any of the ones y'all have listed are unneeded. I'm saying, like, we're gonna get to a point where someone is like, my big toe is like 1 inch bigger than the other, and we're gonna need a pill for it. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my gosh. I think being diagnosed with something that isn't common should absolutely be heard. Hold on, there's a point I was gonna make and I just completely forgot it. But I'm afraid that the like, what's the word I'm looking for? The like newness and the like shimmery sparkles that being diagnosed with something has on the internet, where people can come out and be like, I diagnosed with this, or I label myself as this, and immediately, because, wow, yeah, of course, it's completely okay to go in the comments section and being like, hey, super proud of you for recognizing this about yourself, or I hope you're finding good ways to learn new things about yourself. I'm afraid that a lot of people do it on the internet, that there's a category where people do it just to seek some sort of validation or attention, or the other case is people are diagnosing themselves in a non-genuine way, and it's making the actual people who do get diagnosed voices smaller, and it kind of just makes the whole thing of people who are actually minorities, it doesn't seem as much of a minority on social media. You know what I mean? I don't know. Oh, let me catch up on chat. Yeah, my new doctor took me off so many meds because my old doctor put me on an absurdly high pill doses of stuff I didn't even need. I do need the pills, and my current dosages work great, but I was on double what I am now, and also 3 pills I didn't need. Yeah, I feel that is a reoccurrence that shouldn't be happening. That's true. I was diagnosed with anxiety and depression, and the first thing they did was prescribe me something. It's a small dose, thankfully, but I wasn't even given therapy as an option. Because also, what are we doing different between people who, I don't know, can people be born with anxiety? I feel like it's not something that can be born with. Maybe. I always felt that it was something that was kind of shaped as you grew up, you know? So it's like, it's something that's very specific to the person. And around 2020, there was a huge wave of people diagnosing themselves with various disabilities and then grossly misinterpreting them. I do remember that. More than getting diagnosed with anything, I think that regardless of what anyone is, people... Sorry, my chat keeps moving. Where did that go? I was reading that. I think that regardless of what anyone has, people need therapy even if you don't think you have anything. Therapy is such a useful thing. I completely agree with that. I almost died because my therapist decided I needed a full adult dose of something I didn't take into account. I only weighed 70 pounds. Oh, God. That's terrible. I'm gonna read Alex's story in a minute. Alex, just let me know when you're done reading your story and then I'll read it out. Yes, 𝘰𝘠 anxiety is definitely genetic at times. I have it genetically. Okay, I didn't know that. See, what's the difference? Like, okay, we're not drawing at this minute. Why are we not picking and making note of people who have genetic anxiety and then people who just have anxiety from, you know, things that happen just from living circumstances or just life? Are we treating those the same? And if so, how are we treating those? Are we giving them the same pills? Are we giving them the same different kinds of therapy? It's my problem with the we need to hear whenever anyone is diagnosed with these things, it's like, how are you like, if you're gonna give us your story, it's like, how are you diagnosed? In what ways did you figure out that you were, and what parts of those diagnoses do you fit under? What umbrella category is it? And it's so frustrating because it's frustrating because I also feel, because I'm a personal advocate of, I didn't want to say I don't care. I don't make it my world's biggest goal to know that you have autism. You know what I mean? I love Alex. Alex is great. I don't make it a goal to note all of the time that Alex misspells things, because that's something Alex struggles with their dysgraphia. I think that's how you say it. So Alex is Alex to me. Alex isn't these other 1,000 categories, because Alex isn't the 1,000 other categories. The other 1,000, like, I'm like, it's Alex. You know what I mean? So while I do think it's important to hear how people function, what they identify, and the diagnosis and all that stuff, it's like, at the end of the day, I don't want to say the problem, I just feel like the thing with the social media is it makes people, like, in the early 2020s, where they're like diagnosing with themselves, and I don't know what the solution is for there to be a balance, because I don't want to be like, well, we just need to stop listening to people who are diagnosed. That's literally terrible. I would never say that. I think people need to have a better mindset about it, you know? I think what I think it is people will hop onto social media and be like, hee, I was diagnosed with autism, and then people who want to, like, fight or, like, be socially correct will go in the comments and be like, clapping emoji, super proud and happy, and then that's it. It's like, well, no, this person's presenting, like, something that's really affected their life. Let's, you know, investigate that. Let's talk about it. And if people don't want to, you know, put that side of their life out there, if they just want to say, I was diagnosed with autism, I don't want to talk about it, but I just want to let you know, then that's also a completely okay thing to do. I don't know. Okay, let's read Alex's story. Oh, this is gonna be so annoying. Sorry, your story isn't annoying. My chat is. Hold on, let me just pull up the YouTube chat and see if I can do this. Okay. Okay, and the second one, ironically, also had to do with gender-neutral locker rooms. So, the men and women locker rooms had a suit spinner. A suit spinner. So they could have dry swimsuits. I've never heard of that. That's crazy. We did not. So for years, we would, like, hang our suits or put it as far back under the bench as possible so it wasn't soaked. Okay, makes sense. This had been happening for years, though technically it was breaking a rule. Well, one day someone came through beginning of the swim unit and took all the swimsuit towels, soaps that weren't in lockers. And it turns out it was the janitor, but at first he said it wasn't him. Well, he then returned a huge pile of swimsuits, and none of them were mine or my friends. I had just bought that swimsuit. It was $50. My gosh. That's crazy. So he just like took that. He was just like, mine now. $50 swimsuit. He just said, the janitor said, this is something I need. Okay, let me see if I can catch up on. I'm not entirely sure. I know I've had anxiety since I was young, but depression wasn't diagnosed until later, so that was definitely developed rather than born with. Okay. See, it's frustrating because I wish we heard, like, the why of it all. You know what I mean? The only label I identify with, if anything, is Christian, and I can give a why on that, you know? And I know that's a religious label. I hate the word religious, but that's truly the only thing that I have, you know what I mean, that people would look as a label for me. So when I look at other labels, I'm very intrigued in the why. Nothing's really different. Pills depends completely on the person. Mine just doesn't go away. The pills help, so did therapy. But if I don't take my pills, I get severely overwhelmed and I cry constantly. I'm sorry if you go first of all, I'm very sorry you have to go through that, because I can see how that'd be very frustrating on a daily basis. Alex, you need prayers is what what I'm reading is you need a lot of encouragement and prayers. Cause man, do you go through it. And also my depression will then act up and I get very, very bad. I don't think that's a healthy way to look at it. Some people will look at someone with autism or ADHD and anxiety or anything and see them only as that. It's just honestly just dehumanizing. I agree. I do think that's a healthy way to look at it. Okay, I thought I said don't. I feel like I go crazy sometimes, but I feel like whenever I say that about people, I feel like I'm the like the hot take opinion, because I kind of get frustrated with people who make that their whole personality, you know? It's like, guys, I love being an artist, and I love doing art, but I'm so much more than my art, you know? Like, I do other things. Very little of other things. I do other things. And I would never be like, I'm this only this one thing. I have a cousin who is very rude and entitled, and she won't listen to anyone else talk over them all the time, and then she doesn't even say sorry or try to be better. She just blames it on being autistic. My face right now. Yeah, that's a hard pass for me. You know what I mean? It's like, come on. Come on. But you can be autistic and still try to care / be aware of yourself and how you interact with others. She's only diagnosed with mild autism for brain noise. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong for it, but having diagnoses doesn't make it okay to just outright be rude to people. I so agree with this so strongly. I agree with this so strongly. Saying... I don't know. Hold on, I lost my place in chat. Stop. Every time y'all send something in chat, it scrolls me back down and I'm like, no, I'm trying to read. Okay, wait, hold on. I wanted to read that. Like, it's important to remember someone's limits and boundaries caused by their disabilities, but every person is still an individual. I can agree with that. $50 for a swimsuit is a good price. I haven't been able to buy a new one because they're all... Am I crazy? Who's buying $50 swimsuits? I think this is where I have to hard disagree with you guys. I would never buy a swimsuit that's $50. You can only use it once, and that's in the summertime. Actually, I don't really do expensive clothes though. Like, Goodwill is where it's at. I mean, if like swimming is like super important to you, then I can see why you'd want like a $50 swimsuit. I guess just like if you're a runner and you wanted really expensive running shoes. I'm really glad we're not drawing anything at the moment because I feel like chat's important at the moment. I want to make it worse. We had been swimming every other day instead of every day that year, and so swimming every other day instead of every day that year. That's crazy. And so in our probably 8x8 locker, we were expected to have our soaked suits, a change of shoes, and a change. Okay, that's just stupid. I mean, I don't think the why truly needs to make sense to you, not in a bad way or mean way. Like, being religious makes no sense to me personally, but I love and accept you all the same. I can agree with that. I think it just, if to some people it doesn't matter the why, for a sense of, I think more specifically for things that are diagnoses, and people present that to me, I want to know the why, because I'm religious and diagnoses aren't the same thing. I was just making a generic statement of labels in general. Specifically, if someone was like my friend and they came up to me and they're like, hey, I was diagnosed with ADHD, I'll be like, okay, thank you for letting me know. What is like your whys? Because I would want to know, you know, what does this involve going in and into your life? Like, what are the things that you need to do to make this something that isn't a struggle? And what do I need to be looking for, you know? Me and Alex having a basis of, I like you regardless. But I love and accept you all the same. That's so cute. Okay, let me just read through chat and catch up. Oh my gosh. Yeah, my antidepressants are very necessary. Unfortunately, my brain chemicals just caused such horrible moods. I do see that, okay. It's fun to share those whys, don't get me wrong. The one day someone who was my friend said, oh, everyone get anxiety isn't real mental health issue. Anxiety for sure is definitely a mental health issue. This is, oh, come on. You know what, let me just skim through. Most shops sell swimsuits now where you have to buy the bottom and top pieces separately for like $80 each. I've never needed to buy a two-piece, so I guess that's also... Oh, I agree. I like knowing the why. Yeah, but I also do understand we also don't have to talk about it. You know what I mean? Like, if it's not necessary. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but you have the word death in your username, so I'm calling you Death. So welcome to the stream, Death. I was working on an Artfight attack, and then we started talking about serious things, and I wanted to make sure I was focused in on that and not saying dumb things. So I stopped for a moment. I do share I'm autistic a lot because it affects how people perceive me, like people must understand what I say a lot. So I want to make it clear I'm not malice, I'm just functioning differently. And that can come across as rude to someone. Okay. I do get that. Coolio death out. Okay. Back to lining. Now that we're practically 2 hours in, and I've only finished one frame. Oh, I'm kind of hungry. It's 1 o'clock. No. 2 hours, sheesh. It does not feel like it's been 2 hours. Oh, I guess I also do want to make a generic thing. If I ever say something that you're like, actually, Chrissy, I don't agree with that. Or I make a comment that you don't love, or I might say something wrong. Just know that my opinion end-all be-all is not the end-all be-all. And that if you don't agree with my opinion or something like that, or I say something dumb and ignorant, then I just say something dumb and ignorant, and we leave it at that. You know, I don't mean any hate or negativity towards someone or anybody for that matter. I think I make that very clear. I still only have a circle. I cannot draw right now. What the? I really do have time blindness. No. I think y'all are cute. I think you're cute. Honestly, at the end of the day, I think what I was saying earlier about it's not that I'm like, not that I'm like, oh, I don't care if you're diagnosed at this. I do care if it you know, it's something very important to you, and it's something that people need to recognize to help you function. But at the end of the day, like, Fizz is Fizz to me. Alex is Alex. Katara is Katara. And I enjoy, you know, you guys. Because you're cute. People as they are. It's true. Officially diagnosed with cute. And that's the most important one. Now we're locking in. Now we're drawing. I might have to end soon to get some food and some water. I say water, but I probably won't get water. I'll probably get something else. That's hilarious. Okay. But I'm having a good time, so. Someone's outside mowing the lawn. Terrible timing. I can't wait for Artfight to happen next year, and then people listen back to the stream because it's Artfight season. And they get to listen to this conversation all again. Welcome back, Alex. So are y'all drawn? I think Katara said she had a circle down, so I know Katara is clearly doing big things. I don't think I made drawing easy on you guys talking about a bunch of stuff. I'm trying. Okay, Fizz is drawing too. Oh, right. Earlier I was talking about Oreo. Yeah, Katara, partly the reason I didn't get anything up for your birthday was Oreo was took to the vet. I wanted to say that. And she got an ad and can't hear me. That's okay. I'm crafting? What are you crafting? I'm doing dishes at the moment. I don't like doing dishes. Well, you know what? I don't mind doing the dishes, but immediately if someone walks in the room while I'm doing the dishes, I don't want to do the dishes. Don't look at me while I'm doing the dishes. Don't. Every time I were to do the dishes in my house, if someone sees me doing it, they have to make a spectacle about me doing the dishes, like as if I don't normally do it. And I'm like, well, I don't normally do it because you're making a big spectacle about it. You weenie. Random question, do y'all have a dishwasher? We do, but it doesn't always do the best. No, I wish. Alex is like, I'm currently the dishwasher and I don't like it. I can't handle not having one. Been there, done that, never again. Oh, period. I really want to get back into doing junk sketchbook pages. I think I left off on the 8th one. That's on my extras account. Yeah, I just want to get back into it. I just want to get back to doing some goofy art. McQueen is probably where I'm really fully coming back into doing YouTube videos on my channel, so I'm hoping that goes well. I've kind of been trying to, I mean, not while Artfight's happening right now, of course, because I've been streaming, not a lot clearly, because this is only the 5th one out of 15 days. But my goal is kinda, I post on my extras. Hold on. It's Wednesday. Oh, I think I was supposed to have a video go up on my extras today, right? Because it's Wednesday. Why am I asking like you guys would know? Go to my calendar. No. Okay. Yeah. Okay. No, Wednesdays is days I'm supposed to get up on my main channel, but because I'm streaming, I haven't yet. Do junk page attack? I thought about doing one for Alex specifically. I just don't like having other people's characters in my sketchbooks a lot. You know what I mean? Like, unless it's a character I really want to draw, or like I really like that person. Honestly, I'll think about it. My little cousin just tripped over my charger and now it won't charge my iPad. Are we serious? Oh. You draw with your iPad, huh? That's not good. Well, hopefully it's the charger and not the iPad, because the charger you can replace. The iPad, not so much. Dang it. There we go. I'll get a new one when I get the chance. I'm sure it's the charger. Well, good. Alex is never getting an attack from Chrissy. It's fine. No, Alex, it's not fine. It's not fine. And you know what? You were going to be the next person I attack. But then I was like, no. Katara had her birthday, so I have to do Katara first. You're getting the next animation. You're getting it. No, you're getting it. I'm gonna finish this one, and then Alex is gonna get the best animation, and then Alex is not gonna have to sit there and be like, Chrissy's the worst. I really want to get this done. I feel so bad because I know for a fact you're probably sitting there being like, I want to draw Chrissy's characters, but she hasn't attacked me back, and I don't want to start a new attack chain, and I'm like, ah. I'm like, I could be getting so much Alex art if I just attack him back, and I haven't done it yet. I need to just submit that one pony for art, and I need to finish shading it, and then I'll do that, and then I'll do the freaking animation, and I need to get it together. Oh, please, as if I could ever think you're the worst. Oh, I did see your comment on my extras this morning. You commented, I think, 9 days ago, but I don't check my extras and my art shop and my shorts comments enough. And I saw it just this morning that you were rewatching the junk sketchbook pages videos, and I was like, man, I wish there were more for you to watch, but I haven't finished them. I really like them because they're such... I feel that they're low effort in video making. Like, all I really need to do is sit down and then just do a junk sketchbook page, draw the things, and all I gotta do is really just do a voiceover. Like, it's very minimal editing, It's minimal stress on my side. I think the most frustrating part about making them is half the time I'm not very happy with the result of the junk sketchbook page. And then I put off doing the voiceover because I'm like not thrilled. I'm gonna have to do a junk sketchbook page for Alex though. I don't know if I'll do it for Artfight, but maybe we should make that a Discord event. That's a good idea, me. Do a junk sketchbook page. We'll make that one of the month's events. Not anytime soon, but someone write that down. That'd be kind of cute, pushing some people out of their comfort zone. Oreo has a little tunnel. I think it's made of like, I think it's actually made of like hay dust, where it's like compressed into like a tunnel where it stays together, and he's just laying in it. I'm so bad with backgrounds, but I do want to do something here. The cop-out is always drawing grass and sky. You know, the iconic, like, the blue sky with the clouds in the background and then grass. I literally did that for my only attack with the background. It's so funny. I say that because Katie's done that so many times. Not anytime recently, but I feel like there was a time where Katie was doing a lot of full bodies. And it could have been an Artfight era, I don't remember. But she was doing a lot of full bodies for other people's characters, and she would always do this lineless sky and grass scene, and like sometimes it'd have trees. I think she did one where it had like sheep on it, and it was always like super simple and quick, and I always eyed them because I was like, I don't know about that. Not because they were bad, I was just like, girl. I don't think I would tell her it was a little goofy. I think looking back at it, I'm like, it's a little goofy. But it makes sense because the character was a farmer. Well, then there you go. The girls that get it, and the girls that don't. It's 91 right now outside, Fahrenheit, and there's supposed to be like some sort of heat wave, and it's actually like pretty cool in my room right now. Like the sun hasn't moved enough to hit where my room on the house is. And I'm like, I'm gonna hate when that happens. Because in the morning, I always feel like, man, it's actually like really, kind of feels cold. Because the ACs are, you know, trying to cool down the house, and my part isn't the part that's currently being baked by the sun. So from like morning to sometimes early noon, it'll be like temperatures where I feel like I need to have like long pants on, or I really want to wear a sweater, but I know that I'll still be like too hot. You know? I cannot wait for fall. Could not wait, cannot wait. I'm so excited. Flannel. You know, as someone who was and is still a chunky girl, I feel like I have a love-hate relationship with flannels, because flannels remind me at a time in my life where, actually just jackets in general, remind me of a time in my life where I was trying to cover my arms because I didn't like them, because they're chubby. Not as much now. But I do have, I got rid of majority if not all of my flannels. And then I got this one that was like yellow and brown that like fit nicely. And I'm like, is this what clothes are? I'm like, is this how you're supposed to feel in clothes? I'm like, this is what not hating yourself is like after not having such chunky arms. Too hot for a sweater, but too cold to have nothing on the arms is flannel time. I have light flannels and heavy ones. Button up if too cold, unbutton if hot. Though to be honest, I mostly steal my man's flannels now. They're called manels. Man's flannels. I'm also the kind of person who either cold or hot sweats. So having like a flannel on, I still feel like never mind. Having a flannel on, I feel like I would be sweaty. Like it would make me feel a little bit better. Like it would get rid of the sensation of I want something on my arms, but then I would be sweaty. Katie's in the background. She's just stirred up with some. My flannel is definitely my gender outfit. Do you mean like gender neutral or? Gender affirming, maybe? Zim's gender is flannel is what they're telling us. Gender affirming. Gender affirming, I don't know what it is about it, but it makes me really happy to wear it. Fair enough. I mean, I started when I was like, I like girls, the lesbian flannel stereotype. That's so funny. I don't think I'm someone that, has ever related to gender affirming kind of things, but I do understand the comfort of articles of clothing, of certain articles of clothing that, you know, can bring comfort. I'm saying so many words to say the most simple thing. The cozy. Something about buttons. My gender has buttons. There's this sweatpants combo and sweater that I really liked wearing while it was cold. It's one of my gray sweatpants that has Bratz, like the Bratz dolls on it. And I think it's just like a large. And it's not baggy like my other sweatpants, like it fits nice. And then another sweater I have that the collar is like rounded. It's not loose enough where like my shoulders will peek through, but it fits just loose enough that I'm like, this is nice, but not loose on the arms, because I don't want them loose on the arms when I'm trying to do daily business things. I'm a business lady. I don't know if you guys know that. But I really liked wearing it because the shirt had gray stripes on it with like not a maroon color, if like maroon and magenta had like a together child, you know? That's the color. Maybe it's just dark purple magenta. I don't know. This is the same sweater I actually used to draw my character in. So, but y'all, unless y'all look at my toy house and look at really old art on my artist character, y'all wouldn't know what I'm talking about. Me going to check to see if it's there. Like traditional art. Actually, there isn't any. Oh, that's funny. I did wear a dress yesterday, though. For a little bit. It wasn't like a fancy dress. It was just like an off-the-shoulder loose one. Like a house dress. One you can wear around the house. It was short. I wore my slippers with it. I was really balling out yesterday. I hope Katie didn't go get food without me. I'm gonna be so sad. Okay, let me rephrase that. I'm gonna be sad. I'm gonna be slightly disappointed. Oh, you know what I just did recently? I really like the show 𝘮𝘀𝘀. And that would show up on Cartoon Network, like, you know, I don't know how, I want to say it when I was a, like, kid. But I feel, I don't know, in my brain, I'm like, no, I can't be that old. But I had never finished the series, and I did. And I lived it. And then I watched the new episodes that came out in their Netflix Lost Tapes version, and I was like, yay. So I watched all those. It was pretty good. I keep getting Chihuahua videos recommended to me. This is what my recommended should always look like. That is so funny. You must like, is it Beverly Hills Chihuahuas? Is that one? What is it? What am I doing? Is that what it's called? Yes, it is. Yes, that movie. Oh, those movies are so iconic. I should watch those again. I remember Beverly Hills Chihuahuas. Oh my gosh. Me and Katie used to have that on, DVD. I wonder if we still have it. I loved those as a kid. Yes, everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody loves it. I don't think I remember, like, any of it. And the Air Bud movies. Actually, I think me and Katie were Beverly Hills Chihuahua fans more than Air Bud movies. I think the only Air Bud movie I remember, and I don't remember the movie, I remember in true Chrissy fashion, I remember the DVD cover more than I do the movie. Unless I'm thinking of a different dog Christmas movie. Which I could be. I think it was my dad yesterday was like, can you give me this tool out of the shed? It should just be sitting at the front. And he kept giving me like in-depth descriptions. Not super specific. I guess generic descriptions on where this tool was. I was like, just tell me the color. I was like, when you're talking to Chrissy and you want Chrissy to get something, tell her the color. Nothing else matters in that moment. I remember color and I say color. Sorry, actually, wait. Don't clip that for racist connotations. That's hilarious. When I remember things and I look for things, I remember color mostly. Like if we were looking, if someone was like, oh, I wonder where this restaurant is, I'll be like, well, the building is this color. I don't know where it is. But that's the color of the building. You know what I mean? I think that's why my brain was thinking about the DVD cover before the actual movie. Oh, I lined the eye like this and I didn't need to. Dumb. Well, yesterday I feel like I was lining so fast and now I'm so slow. I think Katara's really gonna like this. I think Katara's gonna think this is amazing. I think Katara's gonna think, wow, Chrissy finally drew me something. And I'll be like, that I did. I did do that. Katara's like, no, I think I won't like it on purpose. I'm just kidding. Nothing, Katara. I'm just ranting to myself. I think I have my eye on a Chrissy character and a specific outfit, but it's kind of complex, so I gotta work on that some ADHD fueled night. Is it a 𝘬𝘳? That's the only complicated outfit I can think of. Hers isn't complicated in design. I think it's complicated in pattern. I hope it's like 𝘬𝘳. People tell me my characters are too complicated. But then these are also the same people that are like, I'll draw your sister's characters. And I'm like, what's the difference? And I just think that's hilarious. Not 𝘬𝘳? Oh, well. The way I can't think of a single other character that has clothes. I have a lot. Many. I won't ask. I'll stay surprised. I mean, unless you want to tell me. I can't imagine it being Amani. I mean, he doesn't have a shirt. He just has pants. He does wear dream catchers though, so that's sometimes complicated to draw. I'll keep it a secret so I don't stress myself out. Yeah. Don't tell me, because if you change your mind, then that's gonna be embarrassing. I don't want you to have to feel like you need to commit to that character. Yeah, exactly. See, I get you. But I bet it's Froggy. Froggy has the most complicated outfit. If you know, you know. The joke is Froggy is a frog and he doesn't wear clothes. Not Froggy. Why not? I attacked you, but the image is sideways. Do you want me to look at it? Or are you gonna resubmit the attack? Ooh, excuse me. What is this? Hold on, I want to know your thought process. I don't think I'm gonna resubmit. I've been having that issue a lot. That's fair. What's the thought process on this? You have it submitted for Dino. Is this like Dino's like colors? Magikarp is kind of giving Dino if we really think about it. You know what I mean? This is cute. Oh yeah, I have a P.O. box, Chaotic Kitty. If you want to ever send in one of the little things you do, I'll draw you some art in return. That'd be cool to have. This never happens, but my headphones are actually irritating my ear. So I was making Yup. So I was making accessories for Magikarp and I wanted to attack you, and then I saw Dino and I was like, this will exist now. Fair enough. Your Magikarp's gonna look so lit. I hate that the word lit comes out of my mouth unironically all the time. What are you giggling about, Katara? Fun fact, the Magikarp has been named Failed Shiny, and when I was checking out, he tried to get me in trouble. Apparently the self-checkout thought I was stealing him. I've had that happen before, where the self-checkout will be like, hey, you're stealing this. And I'm like, what? Like, it literally ringed up on... It was like a cake, too. Like a cake in a little plastic box. I scanned it, and then I put it in the bag, and it was like, actually, you're stealing. And I was like, it's on the thing. I was like, what do you mean self-checkout? The lady came over, just no questions asked, and just got rid of it. Like, she didn't even ask if I was trying to steal it. My guess is it happens a lot, so they just immediately just click off of it. Oh, me and Katie watched Bad Guys 2 yesterday. It was actually so good. The amount of times I've had my bags checked as self-checkout is nuts. That's crazy. I like the Bad Guys movies. So do I. I was afraid the second movie wouldn't be near as good as the first, and I actually like the second movie a lot more than I like the first. But it's been a while since I've seen the first one, so maybe I just need to watch both of them again. I thought the animation and storyboarding, impeccable always. Especially in the scenes where there's like, if there's fighting, I was like, oh, so good. Our Walmart made a rule that they had to check your receipts before leaving. One of the employees threatened to call the cops on a family friend years ago because they weren't going to waste 5 minutes with that. Also, the employee apparently poked their kid in the eye with a highlighter and then had the balls to threaten to call the cops. That's crazy. I do understand the checking the receipt. If they gotta check your receipt, then just spend the 5 minutes to do that, but I do understand why it's frustrating. And I'm sure there's more to that situation than just that. Clearly there is. Yeah, the kid was 6, but also the staff would pick and choose who they checked. Yeah, that's dumb. Well, there is at least the Walmarts that I know I go to, they check on certain items, and it depends on how much you actually have with you. So, like, I think it's if you're walking out with really, like, big carts of stuff. Of course, they don't go through, like, every single thing. But I know that there is certain... Yeah, no, they had 2 bags. I think it's if you have a very small amount of stuff, they will go out of their way to, like, check. Poor kid still didn't need to get poked with a highlighter. Especially in the eye, that hurt. It's weird because if someone wanted to steal, would they really put it in the bag? Like, no, they would hide it in their purse or pocket. I think they, in my mind, I'd put it in the bag. Because if the self-checkout is watching and you just, because what they do is they pretend to ring it and just put it in the bag. And they're like, oh, no. See, well, I thought it rung up. That's why I put it in the bag. You know what I mean? If they were trying to steal something and they didn't go through self-checkout, then I would imagine they put it in their purse or pocket. I mean, there's cases where people just fill up their carts with a ton of stuff and just literally try to walk out of the Walmart into their car and put it away. And just take it home. Like, straight up. So, like, I think it's a matter of what won't they do? Hey, what are you chewing on? What is that? What are you doing? What are you chewing on? Come here. You got something on you? It's just a weird looking piece. Sorry, bud. I didn't mean to freak you out. Have you heard about the influencers leaving full carts in the store after recording their haul? No. They do that? That's terrible. That's literally terrible. Back in the day, scalpers would go to the toy section, grab Pokemon card packs, open them without paying, and only take the good cards. Some do. I think because I saw it on TikTok a while ago. That's so dumb. For the Walmart that's me and my mom go to, sometimes they'll like leave carts out to like show that that stuff's on sale. Like they'll have like a little sign, and if you see like a cart sitting there, then usually the miscellaneous items are things that are on sale. So I can't imagine if someone was like in the Walmart near ours and they were like, oh my gosh, stuff that's on sale, and it's just not. Or like or in the other cases where that's not like a thing, people just see this cart and assume someone's gonna get back to it, and then it just never happens. Yeah, now sometimes you have to ask to get the Pokemon cards behind like some sort of case. Allegedly, the influencer said they put it back, but somebody said they saw them leave it out in the open. That's terrible. Is it still a full body if it's cut off at the ankles? I would go ahead and mark it as a full body because it's not a half body. Sometimes I feel like newer influencer or just like the themed overconsumption influencers are too egotistical. I don't think overconsumption influencers should exist, period. Like, why do we need that? We don't need that. That shouldn't be a job that exists. You don't need to sit there and buy a ton of stuff and show us. Like, no. Like, unless it's specific to your, like, is the word niche I'm looking for? Like, someone who does ASMR that I watch, she has her own line of fidget toys. So sometimes she'll do, like, fidget toy hauls. That's other fidget toys that she's looking into. And I'm like, well, it makes more sense because you have your own fidget toy line. Where it's like you would want to haul fidget toys where you could like review, try them, and test them out. I'm like, that makes a little more sense. But it's like, can we just not have it where we buy everything and anything? Two of the same things are more than enough unless it's food. I think that's what you mean. Yeah. If it's on their business, then it's fine, but otherwise not really. Yeah, agreed. Or if they have their own, like, personal collection of something. Like, I have a collection of, like, Barbies. I don't buy every single Barbie. I don't, because I don't like every single one of them, but I have a lot. But it's a collection. Of like ones I've bought or ones that my family's bought for me. So I don't know, maybe some people will call me a hypocrite, but collections are fine in my mind if it's not the same thing over and over. That's true. They all are different. Yeah, I collect stuff too, and I make sure I have space for them and they don't end in some landfill. You know, I really hope that when I'm gone and my sketchbook still exists, that my family doesn't just throw them out. Because that would be very sad. Overconsumption sucks because people aren't even able to use all those things and end up throwing them away. Like, different figures of the same character are definitely okay, but like, we don't need 200 makeups of makeup. Oh, makeup sponges. Yeah, no, you're right. Or they buy like 30 different mascaras just to try and see which one's the best and then throw away the other 29. It's like, dude. Unhelpful. I would save up the mascaras or give them to charity depending on how they work, because I wouldn't want them all to get an eye infection. Yeah. I've seen so many of those overconsumption restock videos and like, they're never gonna use all that, plus there's so much plastic waste. Not that I complain too much about plastic waste, but anyways. I feel like so much of it is from makeup influencers with like restocking stuff, or now if someone's doing it for their small business and they're genuinely restocking, that's different. But like this thing where you have like 50 blushes and you're restocking them, it's like I have maybe 4 blushes, and not all of them are like singular packaged. Sometimes they come with like other like eyeshadow stuff, and I don't think I've gone through one of them yet. Yeah, often it's makeup or skincare or clothes or some trendy snack foods. I don't snack. I don't do that anymore, and I'm just like, I'm annoyed looking at packaging of snack foods, because quite frankly they make me mad, because 90% of them don't fuel you. Cuddling with Lila, listening to stream. Oh, the kitty. It always looks like they're stocking for a family of 20, and then you find out they live alone or something. It's so dumb. Dirtying up things for aesthetics in my mind, yeah. I don't know. I don't understand what's popular right now. I guess it's because I'm not a kid anymore. I don't understand who's watching Mr. Beast's videos. I don't understand who's watching all this dumb content. Like, what? I don't get ads for some reason. You're the chosen one. Yep, plastic is impossible to avoid, sadly. Also because of my food sensitivities, a lot of my food comes individually plastic wrapped and it annoys me, but I need to live, so... That's not a you thing to solve. That's the company that sells them to solve. You know? It's like they shouldn't be doing that just because it makes their product easier to make or ship out. It's like what happened to have like integrity in like actually caring about the consumer, because if the consumer's sitting there being like, hey, I like your products but I genuinely don't want to buy them because you're using plastic, it's like, okay, you'll lose some money, but your consumers matter more than the dumb product. I hate Mr. Beast. Like, he does some okay stuff, I guess. Oof. Yeah, I don't really enjoy those kind of influencers. I wish companies stopped using wheat as a replacement for other ingredients just because it's cheap. Do they do that? I didn't know that was a thing. Can you not like consume wheat? Does that involve, is that like you need a keto diet or something, or something like that? Celiac? Yeah, wheat is the biggest issue. I can't have gluten, but also... Yeah, gluten was the word I was like, trying to think of, but I couldn't. I can't have gluten, but also rye and barley. Wheat is just everywhere. I didn't know this. I am celiac. Okay. You learn something new every day. I'm blessed enough where I've never had any dietary issues. But man. You can't avoid problematic people nowadays. That's just... They always seem to be the people who are platformed. For me, I think when someone gets in a controversy, depending on the controversy, like if it's something like you said this in your past, or like something that is kind of petty and doesn't really matter, I think it's all about how they respond. But majority of the time, no matter how petty or serious accusations are for problematic people, they still always respond terribly. Like there's wheat and Smarties? Which are chocolate candies. They're chocolate here. It's like a sugary, like little thing, like a little sugar. Like, why are you there, buddy? Why did you ruin this for me? Just made the cutest hair clip. Only issue is it's too long for me. Aww. No, because it's not even non-famous nowadays. Past like 10 years ago, I find it crazy that the people get sensitive about if it was 10 years ago. I know, that's crazy. I think there's 2 different Smarties brands. Probably. Ooh, I'm tired. Oh, we were past the 3-hour mark. I don't know, what's the longest I've streamed for Artfight? Mexican. Maraca autocorrecting to Mexican. That's funny. I think when it comes to controversy, the biggest thing that matters is how the person reacts to being held accountable. Like, I do believe people can grow and change. This is true. Yeah. I also think it's frustrating, how audiences react sometimes, because sometimes people who are like, let's say like famous musicians who do something like really crappy or just really bad, they will still sit there and listen to their music, still listen, and all that stuff. And then when someone on YouTube maybe does like less than what that person did, they like freak out. Nicki Minaj? Did I miss something about Nicki Minaj? No, because I've seen people excuse people just because they're attractive. That's so dumb. Criminals, for example. Yeah, I remember a recent case with that. I think female celebrities are hated for so much less. Like, they get hate for doing, like, very simple things. Or very generic things. Pretty privilege and money. Like, Chapel Rowan is getting canceled because someone else was mean to a kid. Dang, I do not follow up and... I didn't know that. I don't usually follow celebrities much either. Let me rephrase what I was saying earlier about the thing. If a music artist does something that somebody likes and they're like, we don't like this person anymore, but they're still listening to their music, I'm frustrated when they're hypocrites about it. When they're like, we don't like this YouTuber, but I'm like, oh, but this artist did this problematic thing and you're still listening to them, so it's like, why are you not holding the same situation to that? Something that I think about a lot, because I don't know if any of you know who 𝘕𝘏 is, or however you say his name, part of the Dream SMP and then like all that Minecraft drama. And I'm not going to talk about his what he's accused of doing, but he was lead singer of the band 𝘏𝘕. And genuinely, the music that he did make in that with the band was really good. I still really love their music, and for me, it's very frustrating when one person is canceled and then that whole band was like, no one should listen to them because their lead singer is terrible and this, that, and this and that. And it's like, okay, so there's more people in that band that's literally their job. And it's just so frustrating when accusations come out for people. Especially, it's so frustrating, I don't know. I don't quite know how to feel about it. I sometimes listen to music, but I don't even know if they're problematic because I don't look into the situations. Yeah, same. Well, if good music is good music, you know what I mean? So, like, unless they murdered someone or did something else, it's like... Also, majority of these accusations, they should be police reports. If they're that serious, they should be police reports. I don't know why we're discussing them on the internet and why we're making call-out videos on the internet. Yeah, I don't know about most controversy in the music scene. I just listen to the most random stuff and I never research them. Also, sport players. I know nothing about sports. You lost me there. Well, I think I might end stream here. Aw, I'm sorry. I know. Oh, I do actually, wait, hold on. I do wanna read this. What I've seen a lot of people complain about is whitewashing, but then they defend blackwashing. It's okay if the certain characters are like all white in like sandy places or hot places. I feel like I've talked about that topic before on my stream. Whitewashing and blackwashing can't really be compared. Speak on that. Honestly, it's been so long. It's very frustrating. I don't think, personally for me, I don't think it is necessary. I understand why people do it. The massive history of racism can't be ignored there. It affects people's intentions a lot. I can agree. I as far as I've heard from actual people who do blackwashing on characters, usually their reasons are because they don't have any characters in the media to represent them, like maybe black people, and the characters they do have are not okay. And while I recognize that, but it is 2026, there are a lot. Not as, of course, many, not as there are white representation in media, but there are quite a bit that I feel don't get recognized when I see them. I will see a character that is not white and I'll think, man, this character is really cool. I wish I see more about them in media. Or if that's the case, I implore artists to design their own characters and create that kind of media. We don't need to rehash characters in different races because you want to see some new media. You know what I mean? Whitewashing is bad, but if it's cold places and they make the characters based off on Russia black, then I don't really like it. I don't agree with whitewashing, and I don't agree with blackwashing personally. I see the reason for blackwashing while I understand where you're coming from. I don't think any of it is cool. Black people make black edits to see themselves in characters. White people already have plenty of characters to relate to. Lots of people read books in whatever race they are, which sometimes results in characters that are described as tawny. I don't think I've ever heard that word. Or colored being drawn as white. Yeah. A lot of people of color still get vastly underrepresented in media, and I think it's okay for people to make edits to represent themselves. For me, I think, honestly, like, I take it in the scenario of artist, and if someone was looking at, let's say I decided to pull like the biggest power move and I came out with my own animated series where I had characters and some of them were human and some of them were white. Mine doesn't really count because I have black representation in my characters, but let's just say they wanted to make one of my characters and blackwash it. I would not personally, I wouldn't be happy because that's not the point of that character. I have history based off that character. I have clear places on where it should go and a clear way I want to design it. So for me, if someone did that, I wouldn't be thrilled. If they were like, here's an alternate universe, maybe an AU, I don't love it. I think people who make AUs, like OCAU, not OCAUs, but AUs of other characters, I can see it. I can see people making characters a little more tan. I get it. For me, I say I don't agree with whitewashing and blackwashing. Specifically, definitely not whitewashing because I don't feel it's needed. It's just because I wouldn't want it done with my own characters. You know? It's okay to explore the multitudes of culture and race that doesn't get represented. I mean, tanned would be okay, but I personally don't really agree with either. Like, there are characters that are loved by the masses and everyone allowed to see themselves in that character. White characters often don't have culturally white ties with black characters, for example, do have important ties, so you'd be erasing that by whitewashing them. I do agree with that. I like I said, I don't think whitewashing or blackwashing is necessary. I do understand why people do blackwashing. But blackwashing isn't done maliciously. It's to bring attention to racism and imbalance of representation. I do get that, but it's like, if you, because I saw this in so many art accounts, and it really frustrated me, not because they were blackwashing characters, but because they were complaining about a reasonable complaint about not having enough black representation or representation for other characters, and make the representation you want. I'm sorry. You don't need to use someone else's character, especially in the scene where I was seeing it. People were taking like anime characters that were Japanese and then turning them and blackwashing them. So it's like, make the art you want to see. Don't change someone else's character. Don't change their art. You know? And yeah, no, I stand on that. I don't get it in general. I mean, mixed people exist, and darker skinned Russians and Asians exist. I'm trying to say what Makeen is saying right now. Okay. And like, Japan has indigenous cultures who have darker skin, different features, etc. Mixed characters exist, black coded characters exist, and I think it's okay to explore that. I definitely think it is. Just once again, in your own characters, you know? I feel like it's, personally, I feel that for me, it would be a cop-out to use an existing character and wash it to fit the needs that I need it to. Then it's not that character, you know? But a lot of the times, this is for, like, really big corporations that come out with these, not huge corporations, but really well-known, I don't know, throw some animes out there, like One Piece, or, like, some goofy shows of other stuff where they change the race of the character, and it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm leaving it on the basis that I wouldn't want someone doing that with my characters. Because I don't think I've ever heard any of these people talk about it. Like, they're just making a version of a character, not hijacking the canon. But there are people doing that. You know? Like, I have seen people doing that. We have the technology. We talking about race bending? We're kind of talking about blackwashing and whitewashing. Is one person doing that big of a deal, though? When this was a frustrating topic for me, this person, it's been so long ago that I don't remember, and they had a platform. And they were making, like, crazy claims with it. And they were really talented artists. And I'm sorry. Yes, I think that is a big deal. If you are sat there as someone who is a person of color and you're sitting there being like, actually, specifically black, I'm pretty sure this person was. They were sitting there saying that blackwashing is okay, but nothing else is. You can't, not just whitewashing is bad. Only blackwashing is okay. Any other washing is bad because we are underrepresented. And I was so frustrated because they were being so very rude to other people and artists and just make the media that you want to see. It's so frustrating. And I think that is a big deal if you are someone out there screaming that to the world and like legitimately getting angry with people doing that. And the way they were doing it was they were using their underrepresentation to take advantage of the fact that they could blackwash characters, and it was just very frustrating to me. So whenever people say, like, it's not that really big of a deal, while in probably the majority of circumstances, it probably isn't really that big of a deal. If it's a kid at home who's sitting there, they watched the Cinderella movie, and they wanted to sit there and color in their coloring book, and they wanted to color Cinderella, like, darker skinned, completely fine, doesn't matter. You know what I mean? But since I'm sitting here on a place that is being live streamed and we're talking about it, and since I'm representing it in the case of I don't want my characters whitewashed, blackwashed, or any kind of washing, I think that in my mind I am obligated to say that it's not okay. If you're sitting there literally in your sketchbook and you're like, I want to draw this character a little more tan, or I think they would look in a cool design like having black features, fine, that's in your personal time. But a lot of the times this art is like out there and people, you know what I mean? Paint self gray. Katara's like, what's happening? All people of color are underrepresented. What were they going on about? Exactly. I kind of get what you're saying, honestly. If they only see blackwashing as acceptable and not any other ethnicity, that's weird. I mean, the Cinderella thing, it is pretty much what people are doing. They just want to have fun. Of course, it's okay not to want your own characters changed, but these are popular characters and kind of public. Yeah, like for public use. I understand. If it's a public use character that, you know, that's non-copyright, have all the fun in the world, you know? I understand the idea of blackwashing, kinda, but when you go out and change another person's character or harass someone over their character not fitting your ideals, it's just, ugh. Just make your own media, don't harass random people. Harassment isn't okay, of course, under any circumstances. I get what you mean on an individual case. It's definitely not okay to change another person's OC's race without specific permission. And like, even if these big media franchises or literally anything wanted to be like, let's say if one of the artists off your favorite anime was like, I really don't enjoy people doing this, that person would literally be canceled. Like, how could you... I can't see a world where that person wouldn't be somehow canceled. You know? I'm talking about like popular series and characters and not people's OCs. Like, of course, I'd be weirded out if someone race-swapped my OCs too. I'm sorry if I missed some important part of the conversation. We're talking about OCs specifically. I'm talking about OCs specifically because at the end of the day, all of these popular series characters are someone's OCs. I think we're all forgetting that. These are original characters made by artists. You know? Like, just because, like, the Disney name is slapped onto something doesn't mean that there's someone who genuinely made the intention to make that character a specific race. Honestly, I think it's more of a case-by-case basis than I originally thought. I think it is definitely a case-by-case basis. For my standpoint, I just wouldn't do it, you know? What also really makes me mad that some games make the women wear short skirts and then the males cover up. I do hate that. Live action versions of old animated movies annoy me. That's not Ariel. I can agree with that. But it's also like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, but when you make your work public and for public use, then it's also allowing people to make their own headcanons. Yeah. I think, like, there's some art. Let's give an example of something that I like. I really liked My Hero Academia. I never finished watching the whole thing, but I did like the characters. There's a character in it, Kirishima, and people like to draw him tanner, so he's not completely pale. I can see that on a case-by-case basis, like, making him a little tan, I don't think does much. It fits with the character. I don't think it's washing in any, like, in much of a sense as we mean as whitewashing and blackwashing. I think for, like, let's throw in cartoons that aren't actually humans, like My Little Pony. People like to draw Pinkie Pie as, like, a black girl if she were to be human. That, completely fine. Completely fine. I understand that. That's a character that doesn't have any sort of race. Really. So putting your own headcanon on it makes sense. For me, I'll just always stand on the fact that if you want that kind of media in and on the internet, then you should make it. I love to see headcanons for non-human characters. I think that makes sense. I think that's a cool thing to do. But taking human characters that have specific race, it's just not needed. I don't think if someone does that, we should shame them. I think that's crazy. And I'm not saying that their intent is racist. I see blackwashing as more of a what if, and to blend desirable traits of popular characters with less desired traits, sadly often people of color features, to kind of bring attention to racism. And once again, I don't think where you're coming from is wrong. Like, when I say I think whitewashing and blackwashing is wrong, I'm basing it off of that artist fundamental. You know what I mean? And I am also white. So, but I don't know. I'm not someone who's really ever thought or needed to identify someone with my own race. I've only ever liked characters because I liked what they were about. And if race is very important for somebody on that, then I don't know. Oh, you're still live? Yeah, we're talking. We got into another specific conversation. Like, there's so much hatred in the fandom spaces, especially towards black fans. People have been driven to take their own lives for cosplaying non-black characters. That's so frustrating. I think cosplaying's a different case scenario. Like, if you're a different race and you're wanting to cosplay a character, by all means do it. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, for us white people, race isn't as deep because we don't have that history of being oppressed for it, but it goes very deep for people of color. I think, I'm gonna say this and I don't want people to take this the wrong way. I think we are in the modern age where we should move forward. You know what I mean? We should start making places, making opportunities, showing that we can make new characters with new skin tones. You know? It's very frustrating for me when someone's like, this happened, so I have to do this. Or like, this happened so long ago, like Disney characters that are very much racist and are bad and shouldn't be good, and they feel the need to then race swap a different Disney character, and I'm like, it's fun and it's goofy to see, and like it's interesting, it's, you know, but it's like, bestie, if you're an artist and you can and are able to make your own characters, then do it, you know? Like, you can't tell me, you cannot convince me that blackwashing or any washing of that case is the end-all be-all. I'm sorry, you can't convince me. You can make your own characters. You don't need anybody else's characters. And, like, it's cute, hee ha ha, to, like, see other characters in different race, and I get that. And I'm not saying that there's, like, an argument here. I'm just saying, like, this is my point in response. And especially Fizz, I completely understand where you're coming from. And I don't necessarily... I don't think... I'm not being like, there's a right and a wrong. I'm just saying, from my perspective, you just can't, you can't convince me otherwise. But I'm also white, so I've never needed to do that. How's the drawing going? I'm not drawing. Black creators don't get their ideas greenlit nearly as much because corporations are still racist. I know that, yes, that does happen. It's like how also in corporations, like, women tend to not be heard. But it's frustrating because that doesn't mean you can go and blackwash characters that you shouldn't be. Now, if some sort of corporation, like, let's say Disney were to come out tomorrow and be like, hey, feel free to do this with our characters, by all means, go right ahead. That does not bother me one single bit. So in the end, we need to support artists of color. I can agree with this. I can agree with this. I would so appreciate someone so much more if they just designed their own character. You know? Also, like, Disney princesses and such aren't really Disney property. They're popular fairy tales that no one really owns. That case, that's why I made example of Cinderella specifically, because fairy tale and you know, a story that has been done time and time again, that makes sense. That I get. It also just, it makes me sad that, because in the case that some people make, when they're like, I can't connect with any of these characters because none of them look like me. I'm sorry, the world is so much more diverse than looks. Reskin. And it's very sad that you can't connect with a character just because they're not the same color as you. Because that's... I feel like that's also a discussion to have. We'll do gold. Scratch, 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 scratch. People do connect to those characters, but they also wish they could see their own features on screen. Like, I think the point is that people very much connect with them. And that's why they make them look more like themselves. The gold is pretty, thanks. Yeah, I just... It's one of those where it's not... I think everybody's gonna have their opinion on their personal opinion on what they want to do. If they think it's okay, if they think it's not okay. At the end of the day, you know, someone like me who doesn't... I don't love whitewashing or blackwashing or any sort of washing. If I see it, I'll just scroll. You know? I think Fizz, you did make a good point that it's not hurting anybody. And I can agree with that. It's not hurting anybody. My problem is for the people who on social media make it out like we can't connect with the character just because it's not the same color as you, or you know, that these types of characters are underrepresented, so we have to change existing characters in order to be seen, and that's just not true. But I also do recognize that the majority of people who watch, you know, like, cartoons and, like, goofy little things are kids, and if a kid is drawing one of their favorite characters as a different race, I do understand it. It's not wrong on a fundamental level. I just don't love it. Like, okay, if my characters became some super popular and beloved, I'd be too busy to be sitting on my fat stacks of cash to care about race bending. Yeah. I can see that for you. You know what? I think the fundamental thing is no matter how much success I had with my own characters, or how much money I had, if I saw a group of people that were race bending my characters, you know what I would do? I'd make a character. I would make a character that they're asking for. You know? Overall, it depends on the situation. Yeah. I don't think anybody should be shamed for it. I think intent and reasons are very important. Honestly, I think for kids especially, it makes sense. They're starting to recognize the differences in people and they want to see more of themselves on screen. I do get it. I think it's a fair claim to make. I do. As a kid, I loved seeing characters that looked like me, and honestly, I agree that we just need more of that. I would literally never disagree about having more unique characters and having more characters that people can love. I literally would never. One thing I've seen though, which is when a headcanon becomes super popular among the fans and then someone doesn't draw that and gets hate for it, that's so not okay. Oh, so like the headcanon becomes more popular than the actual character? Yeah, that's frustrating. Honestly, I don't know if I'm mishearing. I love seeing trans characters even now. Not to get political, but we are having a interesting time of politics right now, and so characters that represent me make me happy. There you go. And Alex, you draw all the trans characters in the world you want to see. You do it. And you do that. I'm not saying these characters shouldn't exist. You know, go right on it. Woof. That was my neck. Honestly, Chrissy, I fully understand where you're coming from. Thank you. I think at the end of the day, if there's anything to take from my streams, I'm pretty open to hearing people's opinions and stuff. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, my opinion is the only right one. Like, I don't, like, that's stupid. You know what I mean? It's only because, truly, I want to take it from the artist's perspective is because I'm on stream. You know what I mean? And you know, not saying that outside of stream I would be like washing any characters. Okay, I would legitimately have the same opinion, but I want to be more specific that that's the route I'm taking on stream, you know. We just need more diversity, especially these days. I think that's important. Yeah, everybody get their thoughts out there. Diversity is important for the future generations. It is. I think also, now that we have been talking about how there was a lack of people of color or like minorities in really old forms of media, I truly, honestly, in like the early 2000s and now, I feel like there's some lost media in there where I've been watching it, where I look back and I'm like, this is actually something that had a good amount of diversity in it for something that was made in the early 2000s. I swear I've seen so many that I was like, this is good. So, while I do recognize that there was a lack of it, I think we are slowly getting better as a society, and I think we're at the point of like, I'm just like, let's just get new characters, guys. I'm excited. I want to see new stuff. I want to see good new stuff. Short story of all combos today. Love good, hate bad. Oh, you guys are so funny. Let's make indie games with more representation. I'm I'm always making new characters. Let's go. 𝘕𝘖 is gonna do all the work for us. I do want to make a comment about how it's like kids really want to see that themselves represented in media. One of the first ever human characters I designed, her name's Roxanne. Actually, I can show you her. She's like my first, one of my first finalized human designs, and she's a black girl. I love her. I love her. So, like, once again, like I said, I'm not someone who feels the needed to be represented specifically in media, because I truly can identify and like love and appreciate any character. And sorry, I lost my train of thought. Am I wrong, Chrissy? What'd you say? You're right. Love good, hate bad. So when people say the thing like kids want to see the representation of themselves in media, I'm it's kind of lost on me because I'm the one that really doesn't care, I guess. Oh my gosh. Sorry about my dad yelling at a love good, hate bad. Yeah, y'all want to see 2019 Chrissy art? That's Roxanne. She's cute. Yeah, I need to give her a little... There's her with, a purple hue, because I was like, purple. These aren't like great drawings. These are like really old. So she usually pops up in my sketchbook, so I don't have it. This was actually, while the irony is not lost on me that this isn't a colored photo, but she is black. This was the first drawing I did of her, well, digitally. This was in 2019. Okay, anyway, I felt like if we're gonna have this conversation, I needed to show her. Okay. How much longer are you gonna stream? I'll be done here in a minute, y'all. Katie's asking me. Nothing. It's empty. What was I gonna say? 𝘕𝘖 is Mexican. I love that. Why is that so 𝘕 coded though? She's pretty, thank you. I actually started an animation meme with Roxanne, and I didn't finish it, and I should. But yeah, whenever people are like, kids want to see themselves in media, and I'm sitting there with my drawing as a white, chubby little girl, I sat there with my drawing of Roxanne, who is a pretty black lady with glasses and is skinny. I just thought it was funny. I'm finished and I hate my country. Oh, people can be very awful here. So okay, don't think I'm trying to be rude, but the term POS is correct, right? I always get nervous on the proper terms because I'm pretty dang white and I don't want to offend anyone. I'm pretty sure that's it means people of color. I learned that a little bit ago. Viva la Mexico. Even though I was born in America, that's funny. Mexico. Mexico. Is it? Never mind. It's okay to say it like that, right? I say Mexico's Mexico sometimes. I think so, yes. People of color just refers to any non-white race. We do need to wrap up our conversation though, because we've hit the 4-hour mark. And I'm really hungry. Roxanne is on my toy house, by the way, if anyone wants to draw her. Not to change that. What a great segue into draw my characters, everybody. That's so terrible. Okay, cool. That's what I thought, but I'm an anxious little dude and just wanted to check. Lol, yes, that's just the Spanish pronunciation. Okay, that's what I thought. I'm ending stream and has a huge combo follow. Yeah. Well, they made a good point that I wanted to talk about, you know? Like, I feel like it was an important conversation to have. Oh, I need to finish my attack anyway in the next week. Good luck. Okay, I am genuinely gonna end stream. Here, I'll put up my card to encourage you guys to get out of here. You see that new videos every Friday thing? That's wrong. Don't look at it. Boom. That's wrong. Bye. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome, guys. Get out of here. Get out of here. I can't stand the look of you guys. I'm just kidding. I love you guys. Alright, I'm gonna end stream, go get lunch.